I open the meeting at 6:01 on August 19th. Make sure everyone has done roll call, if you wouldn't mind, please. Before I begin, I would like to remind everyone that the board appreciates and supports stakeholder input at our meetings. However, it is important to note that a board meeting is not a meeting of the public, but is a meeting to conduct the district's business in public. Everyone should have a chance to express their opinions respectfully within the guidelines the board has established for its meetings, so that the board is able to conduct the meeting effectively and efficiently. During the meeting, there will be time for public comment on both agenda and non-agenda items. Public comment must take place in person. Today we are going to be speaking in closed session about public employee discipline dismissal release complaint, Government Code 54957. Conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, 3 cases. 2.3, conference with labor negotiators, Government Code 54957.6, Subdivision A, employee organizations, CSEA, NTA. 2.4, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Government Code 54957, Subdivision B1, Title Superintendent. Ms. Lemus, are there any public comments on closed session? Okay, great. Thank you. We will now dismiss ourselves to a recess to closed session. Thank you. Got it done in a minute. All right. Are we ready? Ms. Lemus, are we ready? Okay. All right, bringing the meeting back to order after closed session at 7:17. We have nothing to report in terms of closed session, except that we will be going back into closed session after to continue our discussion we were not able to complete, so that you all didn't have to wait any longer. We do appreciate your patience tonight. Thank you so much. All right, I have speaker cards. Are there any other public comment requests? Okay. Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Jasleen, would you mind, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, next is the meeting practices and information. Member Hill, would you please read our meeting guidelines?
Great, thank you. So these are our board meeting guidelines. Number 1, we will keep our focus on the best interests of our students. Number 2, we will work towards that future, learning from the past. Number 3, we will stay focused on our goals and avoid getting sidetracked. Number 4, we will build upon the ideas of others and look for common ground. We will paraphrase for understanding. Number 5, when we have a difference of opinion, we will debate the facts of the situation and avoid personal criticism. We will address processes, not persons. And finally, number 6, we will respect differences. We will never dismiss or devalue others.
Thank you. All right, approval of the agenda. Are there any items that need to be pulled this evening? Okay, with that, could I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
All right, thank you, Member Block. Second?
I'll second that.
Member Thomas, thank you so much. And will everyone please vote? Is yours not up? Your name is on there now. Okay. And would you like to just give us your verbal vote? Okay. All right. 6 ayes for that. Thank you. The agenda is good the way it is. All right. Student report. Member Jasleen. Should clear.
Okay. Good evening, President, board members, executive cabinet, staff, students, and New York community. Starting off with our student concerns, students continue to bring up concerns about pause, and there's a clear desire for adjustments to be made. Since this is a topic that directly affects our daily routines and learning environment, I'd like to ask if the board could please revisit the discussion and consider possible changes. Events. To recap, the class of 2026 Senior Summer was a wonderful success, bringing our seniors together to celebrate the start of their final year. This past Friday, our freshman class had the opportunity to bond with their Link leaders during the freshman picnic, which featured food, activities, and raffle prizes. For athletics, a reminder that the 3rd Annual Champions Conference will take place this Saturday, August 23rd from 4 to 7 p.m. at New York Memorial. And we were also very excited to invite the community to the Cougar Stadium grand opening next Friday, August 29th. Our Cougar football team will go head-to-head with Concord. Prior to the game, there will be a community celebration on the Blacktop with food, music, and activities. Now for student activities, on Friday, August 29th, during lunch, New York Memorial High School, I would like to graduate from this school, and this school is the best school in New York. I came to the U.S. for more education opportunities. And without these extra classes, I will not graduate with my classmates. I want to graduate in May. Thanks for listening. Second, anonymous. It's not fair for NMHS students that we can't receive credit recovery, but Bridgepoint students and are able to receive this. As a student, I take full accountability that I messed up, but I should still be able to make up for my mistake. Credit recovery should not be a privilege. Third, to whom it may concern, as a senior and student of Newark Memorial High School, not having the opportunity to graduate on time with the rest of my class would not just be highly devastating for me, but also for my parents and family. I am the daughter of immigrant parents who sacrificed a lot for me to have a better future and education. I know I am responsible for my actions and that there are consequences to them. I apologize. But not being able to graduate from my high school with my peers on graduation day because of one missed class that could be easily be passed and done with the credit recovery program. Starting high school was scary. I was new. I was a new transfer. And I struggled to keep up with the work. I was consumed by the overwhelmingness of trying to adjust to a new school and a new environment. It was not easy. At the time, I also had to deal with living in a separated home and not having my parents together. That was mentally challenging and affected my academic performance. I ask that you sympathize with us and have compassion towards us. Imagine being in our position, 1 week into school and finding out that we may not graduate in May. I ask from the bottom of my heart that you please let our school keep the credit recovery program after school. It would mean so much to me and the students who need it, and also to their families. Another quote, isn't the whole point of school for them to help us? Why are they limiting us? What's so different from us compared to other high schools? I just don't think it's fair in general. Ricardo Sedano Solis. That was all. Thank you.
All right, employee organizations, NTA? No problem.
All right. So, hello, school board members and executive cabinet. Before I begin, I wanted to extend a huge shout out to the graphic arts department. I found myself in a pickle this weekend. I had a huge copy job that I needed to be completed for rep council on just this past Monday. So, community service announcement. NUSD Graphic Arts accepts outside jobs. Next time your business or organization needs copies, call up NUSD Graphic Arts. You won't be sorry. So, as promised, several members of NTA's executive board are here. They've joined me this evening, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Marcus Landon. This is my 12th year here at Newark. I live here now for the past 8 years. I'm the current vice president of NTA, and I'm just really proud to have this opportunity to support teachers and the schools and the students and work with the school board and the district office to better the community and better the schools. And thank you for this opportunity.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Venegas Hernandez. I am a product of Newark, so I went to Milani, Newark Junior High, and Newark Memorial High School, class of 2011. I am NTA secretary. I have been with the district for 5 years, and I'm a counselor at Newark Memorial High School.
Hi, my name is Delight Evans Vasquez. The kids call me Mrs. Vasquez, and I have been teaching in Newark since 2001. I have 4 children who have gone through this district. All are out of this school right now. I am the NTA treasurer, our union's treasurer, and I figured it's about time. My kids are grown. I better step up and try doing something for the district. Thank you. And Jasleen, I need to talk to you. I'll email you about income.
Hi there. I'm Selena Cecina. I am the middle school site director for NTA. I was a rep last year, so that was a very quick upward momentum there. But I'm so happy to have been in the district for, this is going to be my 5th year as a counselor over at the middle school. I think something that I'm really happy about and excited about is that means that my first class that I worked with when I started here is now going to be graduating seniors.
Hi, my name is Ann Musial. I'm in my 20th year teaching here in Newark. I also had my kids come up through the schools. I also came up through the schools. I've lived here all my life. And like Delight, my kids are grown now and thought it was time for me to contribute a little bit more. And I'm happy to work together and make this a good year.
Hi, my name is Cindy Chin, and I am this year's elementary director, along with Anne, and also a product of Newark Schools. I've been teaching for 25 years and currently teach kindergarten at Birch Grove Primary, and I'm a proud teacher of Jasleen as well, and very excited to be working with you all this year. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
So,
We do appreciate you guys
sorry.
all coming out tonight to introduce yourselves, so thank you.
the rest of my speech is, hold on.
Feet to the ground, huh?
Thank you for being patient with me. As you can see, I was dragging my feet. It makes total sense where that idiom comes from, doesn't it? Board members and executive cabinet, I would like you to take a minute and think about how me dragging my feet made you feel, especially had Marcus not brought the paper to me. I really was gonna do the whole thing slowly. So think about how that would have made you feel. Entertained at first, confused, were you thinking to yourself, what is she doing? Did you eventually, or would you eventually get annoyed perhaps? Would you have thought, why is she wasting my time? Or, she should have been ready and had her speech. Or, she knew she was going to have to give her speech. Why didn't she come up to the podium fully prepared? Had I taken the whole time and the whole distance, would you have gotten mad? Maybe you would have angrily thought to yourself, why is she wasting our time? We have a lot to get through tonight, and we don't have time to deal with Rachel's BS and shenanigans. Now, please do me a favor and think about all those thoughts, especially had I taken the full time. Right, why didn't she come prepared? She wasted our time. She's being unprofessional. How disrespectful. What an idiot. Now, imagine you're a Newark educator. Imagine all the times you've shared concerns you may have had about a student with an administrator, asked for paper towels to be refilled in your room, thought of ways to make drop-off and pickup more efficient, asked for toilet paper to be put in the restrooms, reminded someone again and again that you are owed a stipend that hasn't been paid, asked for goose poop on the playground to be cleaned up, asked for more logical prep schedule, or asked when a certain curriculum or resource will be available, or waited for a repair in your classroom, and yes, of course, have asked about the HVAC system. Imagine many of your requests or ideas you have shared led to nothing. People dragging their feet. How frustrating, right? Think back to how you felt when I was dragging my feet, and especially how you would have felt had I done the full distance. Remember, right? When people drag their feet, what do you think about them? Unprepared, unprofessional, time waster, disrespectful, incompetent, You probably thought those things about me at that time. And so I'm standing in front of you all today to challenge you all and to challenge everyone in NUSD. Let's say goodbye to metaphorical dragging of the feet. I know that many people that NTA members rely on are trying to make those changes and take those actions. I can see that and I do appreciate it. I can see that and I do appreciate it. I can see that and I do appreciate it. And if Travis was here, I would say I can see that and I do appreciate it. So keep it up. Don't give up. Let's get stuff done. No more dragging feet. Let's all stand tall, work together, take action to give our Newark students and their families the schools they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. CSEA? Numa? Okay. Next, we're going to move on to public comment. Non-agendized items, Fabiola Cruz.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time. My name is Fabiola Cruz, and I have a child at Think Together. I'm here once again to express my worry about the high cost of the after-school program. Myself and other families are worried about how long the high cost of this program will be for, or until we can find a more fair solution to the situation. A few weeks ago, some of you showed really positive, genuine concern for our worry, and I very much appreciate this. I would love to know that this topic will not be left in the back burner, as the cost is front and center in our reality. I would also like to say that the $10 fee to pay with a credit card is really hard on families too. Those who rely on having to pay with a credit card to buy some more time don't have that offer to have that $10 fee, have it be an extra expense. The $10 fee is charged for each transaction. So each month we would have to pay an additional $10. My daughter was really sad to see that some of her friends now having to stay home alone or walk home alone because their parents can't afford to leave them at Think Together. This is a reality of your actions to charge. This is a tough choice parents had to make, that they would have to allocate their $450 each month towards, that instead of other expenses like rent, gas, food, or clothes, rather than the after-school care that had been available at no cost before. I see parents' worries on full display on parent chat groups, scrambling to find after-school care that's more affordable. Many don't have the luxury to leave work to pick up their kids or drop them off at an after-school activity. Have you ever made that kind of difficult choice as a parent yourself? So I once again beg you not to forget about childcare in Newark schools. On a separate note, and again, my apologies for not having this information in case it exists somewhere, but will buses ever be available again so our kids can go on field trips? I attended back to school night, and my daughter's teacher said, sadly, no field trips were available due to lack of school transportation. We were told school buses were taken away a while back, and unless we managed to come up with $2,000 for each bus, then we might have a field trip. So I wanted to ask if there's any money that would ever be budgeted or allocated for this. Right now, the only option is for parents to drive the entire class to their destination. Just to inform you, in order to be a driver, your insurance has to be insurance coverage has to be a certain, sorry, I'm like losing my brain of thought. You have to have a certain amount of your insurance. So the premium has to cover a specific amount for liability. So it's really like your premium will go high. So I just believe our kids deserve to enjoy field trips again. I wanted to just consider, have you consider it, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sparks?
And all those glorious electronic buses that you just paid for, and you got all of those wonderful, or electric So you've got them sitting there over at your MOT yard, not being utilized. Really sad. That's not why I came to speak to you this evening, though. Education Code 42127H requires that within 45 days of the governor signing the budget, a district must make available to the public any budget revisions resulting from the Budget Act. The 45 days was August 11th. The district has not provided a 45-day revision since August 1st of 2023. This district has not provided I assume the reason the district failed to deliver a 45-day revise last year was due to the hiring of the new CBO. This year, there is no CBO. However, that does not remove the administration's responsibility to the board and the community. Failing to meet this legal obligation undermines transparency, accountability, and informing decision-making. This report must be presented without further delay and the measure put in place to ensure further compliance. Thank you.
Thank you. Katrina Love?
Hi, good evening. My name is Katina Labe, and my husband and I have a daughter in kindergarten at Birch Grove Primary, and we also have a daughter who will enter TK next year. And I'm here to advocate for healthier meals and snacks provided by Newark schools. So I've noticed that school breakfasts and lunches are often very high in sugar, even though parents are encouraged to bring healthy lunch boxes. For example, breakfasts often include pastries such as conchas and muffins, or sugary cereals like marshmallow cereal and cinnamon toast. And this is weekly, it's not just one-off. And lunches also include items like slushies, cookies, and nachos. This is starting at 4 years old. And also, there are many families who are vegetarian, and they've shared with me that the menu presents additional challenges. So on average, 3 to 4 days a week, the vegetarian option consists primarily of soy nuggets, which provide little nutritional value. And on taco days, the vegetarian choice might simply be taco shells with cheese, without any beans or protein. A mom told me that her son was given a bag of chips when they ran out of other options as a meal. And so this is very stressful for families. We can't trust that our children are being offered healthy meals at school. And I'm very concerned about the long-term health problems and the poor eating habits that form when kids are introduced to sugary processed foods starting as an age as early as 4. And so I could see that our daughter now prefers the sugary items to the oatmeal and the whole wheat stuff that we try to give her at home. So how can students thrive academically or physically if their bodies and brains are not getting the fuel that they need? So I'd like to respectfully propose the following. Remove sugary cereals, pastries, cookies, slushies, and other heavily processed foods from the menu. Increase healthy proteins, vegetables, fruits, and whole grain options. Expand the variety of vegetarian meals beyond pizza, pasta, or soy nuggets so that there are nutritious protein sources. And also implement a system such as a morning head count or tracking method to ensure enough vegetarian meals are available each day. And so we all know that nutrition is a major factor to students' health, focus, and ability to learn. And I recognize there's limited resources. It takes energy and time to provide healthy and appealing meals. But what our children eat lays the foundation for their ability to meet the vision of the district.
Thank you for your
time. To make productive citizens. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. All right. I know Ms. Parks will speak during her at 10:01. 10.1, Marcus Landon, do you want to speak now or do you want to wait? Okay.
All right, good evening, everyone. I have a few comments regarding credit recovery at the high school. First off, I am disgusted by Member Hill's comments at the August 5th board meeting regarding online credit recovery. Making wild and disparaging comments towards Newark Memorial's academic counselors is unbecoming of a supposed community leader. I'm tired of hearing you disparage community members who dedicate their lives to bettering this community. The accusation that counselors are making unilateral decisions to pull kids out of a class that they are enrolled in and magically passing them in weeks or days is false. The counselors are not making these decisions unilaterally. You are echoing the words of one Brian Foster, a disgruntled former employee who had a grievance filed against him on the part of the counselors. Mr. Foster does not live or teach in Newark, and yet you are valuing his words over the words and experiences of people who live and work in Newark. The counselors never made these decisions unilaterally. They did so at the behest of their superiors. Maybe you should blame one of the 13 principals that have worked at Newark Memorial since APEX was first implemented there. I would know. I was originally hired as an APEX teacher. All decisions regarding the administration of APEX were team decisions. Maybe the district should do a better job providing the structure to facilitate programs such as APEX with more fidelity. To completely remove credit recovery options other than summer schools is setting up the high school for disaster. You can only make up 2 classes or 10 credits during summer school. So if you fail more than 2 classes in a school year, you will absolutely have no chance of recovering your credits and catching up to your peers if there is no credit recovery program. Furthermore, there are very few A-period options available to students to recover credits. So by recklessly taking away credit recovery options, you are forsaking scores of students, taking away their hope of graduating high school. And what happens to kids without hope? They cause behavior problems in classes or stop showing up to school in general. APEX, or online credit recovery, while not perfect, provides hope to students who fail classes for any variety of reasons, such as mental health struggles, homelessness, or lack of parental involvement. We, as a district, need to provide more support and options for students in danger of not graduating. Maybe have more sessions of summer school so students can make up more than 2 classes. Maybe change the schedule at Newark Memorial to allow a 7-period schedule so students can make up their credits. Or maybe bring back pause so students have more opportunities to receive support from their teachers before they fail. But pulling the rug out from these students is just plain wrong. Most of these students just want to graduate high school so that they can move on with their lives. The school board and district need to rectify this problem that they are creating and do it soon.
Thank you. Diego Sanchez?
Hello, everyone. My name is Diego Sanchez. I'm a senior at Newark Memorial. I would like to speak on behalf of a select group of students in the school today. I'm here because a week ago we got told unfortunate news that there's a chance we won't be able to walk with our peers at graduation. This shook me, as the school year before we were told otherwise and were told we had the opportunity to make it up at APEX. Many of us were behind on our classes due to many different reasons. Perhaps we didn't take school seriously at first and realized we should have in the middle. Or maybe we had a series of unfortunate events happen in our lives, such as myself. Whatever the reason may be, I'm a firm believer in second chances, and that unfortunately got taken away from us. It got taken away from those who strive for that second opportunity to prove that they can do it, and that believe that if they try hard enough on what they set their mind to, that they could actually truly achieve it. Even if some of us aren't the best academically, today I'm here to speak up for the students of the select group, and I would also like to share with you a bit of my story. I know I haven't been the best academically. The truth is, I never was. I have so much left to work on, but my junior year, I had made it a goal to leave all that behind and give myself a new perspective to be the best in all aspects and outside of school. I had this mindset coming into that year, and I was on the path to give it my all. And on one unfortunate Saturday night during the school year, I had almost lost my life going down a downhill road, losing control and hitting a tree head first at a very high speed. It had unfortunately cut open my head open, and I was at the hospital for about 3 days, unable to make any set of movements, stuck in bed, unable to be the active person that I am. I had came back to school a month later after my accident. At school, I had a lot of work piled up, and although some teachers tried their best to help by only making me make a little bit up, it wasn't always like that for all my classes. And with all that I had going on at school, it was very hard to focus on. and I ended up not passing a couple classes and was told that it would all be okay and be made up with Apex. And now we're here. I'm here because I got a second chance at life, and I'm asking you to be able to give my peers and me a second chance as well. And to have a way to be able to make it up and walk the stage in front of our friends and families, knowing we worked hard to be there, just like everyone else. I would like for you to all open up your hearts and take my words into deep consideration. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Diego. We know that it takes a lot to come and to speak to us, and so we really appreciate you taking the time to do it, and best of luck, really. All right, we are up for superintendent's reports.
I'd like to be able to respond to one of our parents with regards to concerns about our nutritional program. There is a nutrition program committee. It'll be meeting on Thursday, August 28th. I believe the time, I think is 4 o'clock. I was trying to find it here. What I do want to share with you is that we have some very strict guidelines that we've got to follow when it comes down to child nutrition. So we've got that we receive in both the federal and state government. This year we are committed to offering more scratch-made meals. So I wanted to share that with you. And then also the new guidelines. I'm really happy. By the way, this is what some of our advocacy has been doing, is that, where am I at here? Starting this school year, there are some brand new regulations that minimize the amount of added sugar in cereals, yogurts, flavored milk. And in order to be compliant, we have made these changes to our breakfast cereals and our eliminated strawberry yogurt. We are keeping vanilla because it meets the compliance. And until we can find new products that meet the regulations, and we're attending conferences with different food manufacturers so that we can learn about those and try to find and identify foods that kids would find appetizing to want to eat and also meet the nutritional values. Our team is working very hard. We also are eliminating all synthetic dyes in our meals, although this is not required until 2027. We are very committed to working on new recipes. Today we tried out a new one at the middle school on Kiona salads. It's a summer salad, and the feedback from students was very, very positive in liking this new meal and trying something different with different seasonings that maybe they've not had before. So we did want to share with you that you are invited to join our Wellness Policy Committee. Your voice matters, and we thank you for being here. With that, I turn to my superintendent's report. Next slide, please. So good news, we're excited that VSP Eyes of Hope, some of you may know about this program from last year that was at two of our elementary schools at Coyote Hills and at Schilling. This year they're offering a mobile clinic in partnership with the Bella Eye Care Optometry Center located right here in Newark. They're dedicated doctors and their team of staff. They will be providing free eye exams and glasses to our 6th grade students at Newark Middle School on August 26th and 27th. This is a continued partnership with them for us to be able to bring this to our middle school. This is the first time we're bringing it to the middle school. If you are interested in having your middle schooler child be checked out for free and also receive a free pair of eyeglasses if they need it, please make sure to fill out the appropriate documents. We will be resending that out again via Parent Square tomorrow with some additional information. We are truly grateful to VSP Eyes of Hope and to our Bella Eye Care team for investing their time and expertise in our students and wanting them to be outfitted. I think one of the great stories that we heard last year from one of our students is that his vision was so blurry that when he was finally able to wear his glasses, he could actually see the words on the pages. And he didn't even realize there were really words there. And he was really overwhelmed, and we were overwhelmed by his reaction to actually being able to see things clearly. And what a difference that made in his life and the lives of many of our students that were able to be fitted with a free pair of glasses last year, thanks to some wonderful people that have invested in our community. So I just want to share that information. Second slide. Enrollment total. So as of 8/19, our enrollment has dropped. It's at 4,427. That's down from what we initially had projected earlier at our last board meeting. Right now, we're down 109 elementary students and 95 secondary students from our projection at budget was at 4,513 students. So we're currently down about 86 students from that projection number. And then our after-school fee-based enrollment program that we have is now at 128 enrollment for applications that have been processed as of today. Next slide. HVAC, truly a concern, something that we have been trying to address for years. We've not addressed well. However, we have identified what we believe are being some of the major problems to it. They aren't a surprise to us as to what they are. As a matter of fact, they're so expensive that we knew that we were going to need a school bond for it. So we were proactive. We reached out. It's one of the high priorities that the board has indicated that we are to get our HVACs repaired. I will tell you this is a weekly conversation in our offices and monitoring. I'm happy to have any union member who would like to join us in that conversation or hear a little bit about what we're doing. It is weekly, and Travis is really trying to negotiate how to be able to help and support that. We recently came up with a temporary fix. It truly is a temporary fix. It actually bypasses the thermostats and brings cool air directly in. We will be manually shutting down these units at the end of each day via electrical breakers, believe it or not, because this is how far we are bypassing the entire system. We are slowly moving to each school as systems fail to implement this temporary repair. There are a number of units going out. Currently, the way how our HVACs are designed is they have two controllers that do not talk to each other. That creates all kinds of conflict in an engineering world that works with, or does not work with our air conditioning units that were purchased. The long-term fix that we are planning is to rewire and install new thermostats. By the way, we have tested those out in a number of classrooms, and they are working well and have not had any problems since we've installed those. We know that really is the fix that needs to happen. It's going to require an RFP, and for us to also work in conjunction, we met today with Verigy, who was the company that was awarded to help us and support us with CalShape. The majority of our fundings for CalShape, which is nearly $1 million, is strictly going to the HVAC systems, just so you know. We don't want to be dragging our feet. We do want to be able to move. We want to be able to come up with sound things that actually work and allow the monitoring and the correct temperatures to be in a good environment for not only our staff and our students, but just for the overall health and safety of everybody. So we know that a long-term fix is really the suitable answer. It does take money. The good news is we've got the money. Now we need to put the RFPs together, bring the right team in, and bring in the equipment that we know is actually working, that in the past we did not have solutions for, but we feel confident that the solutions are good. We'll probably reach out and do some additional survey work with our teachers that have the new Pelican systems in their classrooms to make sure that we have positive feedback before we go any further, and we would love your help with that. And so I would be happy to partner with our union just to be able to make sure that we get really good feedback and we look at that lens together. Next slide. Some important dates coming back to school. We've been talking about the exciting Newark days that are coming up. We're going to be celebrating the 70s, September 18th through the 21st. I know HR is going to be out at a community event. We will have a number of jobs that we're still looking to have community members fill, and we hope that you'll come out and learn a little bit about the positions that we have available. Next to us will be our teachers union. I know they're planning some really great fun activities for our students, and we look forward to participating in that with them because we're all about kids, and that's it's a fun time to be out there with our Newark families. Coming up next Friday is going to be our varsity home football game on the new field on August 29th. Just a reminder, there's no school on Monday, September 1st. It's Labor Day. And then we've got our new CBOC meeting, which is our Bond Oversight Committee. That's the acronym there, CBOC. And that will be on September 11th. And then a special board meeting is being called and will be talked about this evening later on the agenda for potentially for September 12th to be able to talk about the formation of the 7-Eleven committee, any directions that might come for that. And then the school board is also going to be doing a special workshop on September 13th, Saturday, September 13th. So there's just a few things that are coming up around the corner. Next slide. So this is a really important slide to us. And so I want to just say, it says, who said, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain? For us, we've had a man behind the curtain for a long time. His name is Duke. And Duke is the one who's been coming since 2009 to be able to videotape, record, to be able, as times and things have changed, to broadcast our school board meetings. This is going to be Duke's last meeting with us, and I just want to thank him. He's been an amazing man behind the curtain. He is behind the curtain, behind that wall. We just want to thank you, Duke, for your incredible service. There he is. There's the Oz. All right, I believe that concludes my report. All right, well, thank you, Duke. We really appreciate your community, and to all of us here at NUSD, you've been a dedicated steward of Newark for many, many years. All right, that concludes my report, Superintendent.
Great, thank you so much. All right, we are now to staff report on the update on objective recovery plan for Newark Memorial High School.
Yeah, as you heard this evening, this is a very, we've been talking about Apex, we've been talking about subject. At the last board meeting, the board asked us to bring back some additional information. Ms. Allard has gathered that information. We want to thank our students and their voices. We want to thank the many leaders at the high school who were willing to sit with us and talk with us about what our kids need and really looking at the data that we're looking at. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Allard to be able to present information for all of you with regards to subject and our request later on in the agenda for 29 additional licenses for now. We may be coming back with more. And I think you heard some very compelling statements from students that are ready to move forward. Have a great year. Is it not flagging up?
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Board of Education. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you tonight a credit recovery plan for 29 seniors at Newark Memorial High School this school year. With the decision to not offer credit recovery courses during the school year, there are 29 seniors at Newark Memorial who need 1 or 2 courses to earn a diploma and graduate with their class this coming May. These students are capable of completing their credit recovery courses this school year while attending all of their in-person classes. The 29 seniors make up just 9% of the 289 students in the class of 2026, a relatively small proportion. These 29 seniors have various backgrounds. Some are English learners, others are general education students who have an individualized learning plan. Many are taking a 0-period course this semester, and several attended summer school this past June. Shared are the needed credit recovery courses for the 29 seniors, with the highest number being an elective class, followed by English and history. The next few slides go a little deeper, highlighting the exact courses the seniors need to take. Looking on the left-hand side of the slide, 13 of the 29 seniors need to retake English. 6 seniors need to take English 3, a course usually taken during junior year. Looking at the right-hand side of the slide, 4 students need to retake a math class, with 3 seniors needing geometry. This slide highlights history and science courses. 13 seniors need to retake a history course, world or U.S. history, and 3 need to retake a life or physical science class. The 14 elective courses previously mentioned in a slide were a combination of VPA, foreign language, ROP, or any class taken above the required classes. Historically, students who transfer to Bridgepoint for a second chance are often 3 or more courses behind to earn the needed credits to graduate. The 29 seniors are capable of completing the 1 or 2 courses they need to graduate in May, keeping them on a diploma track. On August 5th, the board approved the pilot of a new credit recovery platform called Subject at Bridgepoint High. I know there is concern with offering credit recovery courses during the school year at Newark Memorial. However, the Educational Services Department the administrative team at the high school have had in-depth conversations on how to monitor the use of subject to ensure academic fidelity. Only the Educational Services Department management and site administrators will have the authority to manage and administer the subject content. We had our first training today. Students have the opportunity to complete their coursework before or after school or on Saturdays. We feel it is important to give students choice based on their work schedules and family obligations. Our Go Guardian platform will keep students accountable as we can monitor all activity on their devices. In multiple conversations with the subject development team, the subject courses will only be assessed when students are completing their courses before or after school or at a Saturday academy at the high school while being supervised. They will not be able to access the content at home or on the weekends. We have restricted this within the platform. The highest restrictions will be put into place so that students cannot skip course content. Students will have to complete every lesson, assignment, quiz, test, and/or project. Once students begin a course, the Educational Services and Site Administration team at the high school will meet consistently to analyze student progress. As the school year continues, we will be diligent in making sure that academic fidelity is maintained and will also need to implement additional tasks. Counselors will meet regularly with the 29 seniors to provide ongoing support. I would also like to share another board presentation in December, providing insight to the seniors' progress and successes. We will continue to inform families throughout the year in grades 9 through 12 who are struggling in their coursework with the goal of reducing the number of students who are not passing their classes. It is important for us to research and explore what other districts are doing in regards to their credit recovery programs. I would like to share this information with my proposed board presentation as previously mentioned. Finally, we are committed to reinstating a new in-school tutorial model by the second semester. Our first meeting, which is scheduled for August 28th, will consist of high school staff who volunteered to be on this committee, site administrators, and members of the Educational Services team. We will also include student voice in this process. I will keep the board informed of our discussions and recommendations. Our request is to approve an additional 29 licenses at Newark Memorial for credit recovery this year. I am also requesting a few more licenses at Bridgepoint for students who may transfer during the school year, as this current student enrollment at Bridgepoint is 41. Before I conclude my presentation, I do want to inform the board that we had the permission of student stories featured in the original slide deck, which was posted on Friday night. These students chose to share their stories and wanted them to be heard. I sincerely thank them for their courage and honesty. Thank you again for this opportunity. Dr. Murphy, Terry Condi, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you. If you'd like to ask any questions, please request that. Member Block? Did you want to say something first?
No, they're just up there in case you have questions
Okay,
that we can all answer.
I just want to thank you all for a really excellent report. I think this provides us with a lot of really helpful background on the situation. I'm strongly in support of approving these additional licenses. I think they're a really important opportunity for students. I want to thank you, Diego, for being here to advocate for yourself and your peers, and also Jesleen for speaking up for your peers as well. So I think this is a very sensible thing for us to do, and I think we should move forward in authorizing those 35 additional licenses. Also just wanted to briefly make a request pertaining to the tutorial period that was mentioned in the presentation to see if there's any way that we could bring it back within semester one. I know we talked about mid-year, but in particular, I'm thinking about college applications, and for kids that are first in their family to apply to college, UC and Cal State apps are due November 30th, and having that support in school is super critical, and our counselors do amazing work with all of our students. So having a tutorial period to support students before the semester ends would be ideal. Also, just for kids to get questions answered and additional support with regards to their classes, so that we have fewer kids failing their classes, so that credit recovery is not necessary going forward to the same extent in the future as well. So if there's any way to bring back a tutorial period semester one, I think that would be vastly better, but I really appreciate the work that's already happening to bring it back better than ever before. And I also just want to offer, if anybody wants to connect with the Washington High School staff, we're implementing a new flex time system this year that I'd be happy to share about or connect y'all with the Washington High School staff if you just want to see another high school in the area and hear about how they operate it. It's not perfect. Some things are good, some things are not, but I'm definitely happy to make those connections if that's at all helpful as well. Thank you.
President Jones, I think.
Yeah, can I pause for 1 minute? I mistakenly forgot to ask for public comment, and Ms. Parks would like to make a comment. Can we have her do that first, and then we'll answer the rest of the questions? I apologize, Ms. Parks.
I think if I stood in the back, you'd eventually see. Even though your discussion tonight focuses on the subject credit recovery program and how it will be used for the 29 seniors in Newark Memorial, there is another matter I believe that deserves your attention. For several years, the high school staff has been recommending the fee-based BYU online credit recovery program. Although the board has never reviewed or approved this program, students have been using it, and the grades have been incorporated into the students' Newark Memorial High School transcript. Just as you have expressed concerns about the academic integrity of the APEX and subject programs, this raises similar questions. The BYU program is being used outside the direct oversight of the Newark Unified Board and district administration. If I understand your intent for future instruction and grading for Newark Memorial students, it will be providing exclusively by courses within the Newark Memorial High School course catalog. If that is the case, I thought it was important to bring this issue to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do appreciate that. All right, any other questions? I have no one on my request queue. Okay, Member Torres?
Okay, so just to clarify, I know this is a lot of information, especially so if you have any students watching online. Does 29 senior students have the possibility of graduating with their peers come May?
What is your question?
Will they be able to graduate with their peers
Currently,
May?
no. What I see is, the feedback I'm getting, I'm seeing 3 different issues that we need to talk about tonight. First is the intervention program. Second is the 29s, and third, the juniors on down. So moving forward.
Right.
So to answer your question, no, currently they're not able to. My understanding was when we walked away from the spring, and when I communicated with students and when I communicated with the counselors, I want to thank the counselors again for helping with the slides and such, working hard to pull that stuff together, the data. It was my understanding, it was expressed to everybody, and I made sure that the juniors, the sophomores, everybody knew that we were going from 4 classes that they can make up during the school year, 2 in the summer, and it was down to 2. It was later explained that it was 0, which I thought, okay. And the way I took that as you were provided only information that you knew at the time. At that time, there was 29 students that are caught in the middle. No information was shared with them. They were unaware of this. We were unaware of it. And after looking at the data where we stand currently, these are the students that are currently affected.
So
with the way the policy's set right now with no current. So if there's no credit recovery program or until summer school, those students will not, the way we've been doing business, you cannot graduate unless you have all your credits, your 230 credits up front.
Right, so my understanding of tonight's presentation and discussion is that we now know there are 29 students that are at risk of not graduating in May because they need these 1 or 2 classes prior to that point so that they can walk across the stage in May rather than in after they would finish summer school and finish those courses.
Correct.
So tonight, I believe what has come forward to us is a way of allowing those and helping those 29 students, be able to complete that coursework during the school year on top of their other courses so that they can march with or walk with their class. Mm-hmm. So I have that, my understanding is correct?
They're stuck in the middle.
Okay, so they're in this middle ground that if we approve these licenses for Newark Memorial specifically, in addition to the few extra for Bridgepoint, which we have already approved, that this approval would then allow those 29 students to be able to take the coursework, get the opportunity to complete the coursework. Is that?
Yes,
Okay.
carefully monitored.
So if we vote yes, then that would happen. If there was a reservation behind that, which I'll let any other board members speak, but I just wanted to make sure I really understood exactly what it is that is being brought to the board. Yes, we want to talk about, you know, a pause or an intervention program for second semester, potentially sooner. And we understand that there are juniors that may have more classes that they're going to need, and we need to keep moving forward as to how to help them be able to graduate on time. And then the thing that we're really voting on right now is those licenses that will help those 29 students.
Yeah, that's correct. But there's also probably a fourth is if a student doesn't pass in the fall, what are we going to talk about there? That's
right.
These are four elements. I'd like to address each individually, if that's all right. And we'll just have the conversation, the dialogue. So everybody's on the same page.
Okay, sounds great.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure we were all really understanding exactly
Sure, yeah.
what the now 4 instead of 3.
No problem. We'll
So
just start
thank
with
you.
the intervention program.
Okay.
The intervention program that we've had folks from the district office, we've had folks from the union, myself have walked around during when pause was being offered. And pause was not offered with fidelity in those classrooms. There were some concerns about what was going on in some of the classrooms, maybe the lack thereof. And those concerns were addressed by me with the staff multiple occasions during staff meetings. Last year, I put in a kill switch in the MOU with the union, and I said, I'm just going to say it like it is. I didn't want to see cell phones out. I didn't want to see Netflix on computers. I wanted to see teachers engaging with students. I want to see students doing something, okay? I will say with WASC, when WASC came on their final day on Wednesday, they went around and they counted, and there was 10 teachers without students in their rooms. That was the final day when we're being visited. That's a concern. I have never had a problem. Theoretically, I have a great admiration for pause. Frankly, I think if we're going to do something, it needs to be done with fidelity, and it has to be 100% buy-in from the staff. Mm-hmm. As far as I'm concerned with the kids are going to classes. 4 years ago, it wasn't happening. It was a seventh circle of hell. It was just crazy. Now, kids are going to classes. Have they been registering for those classes last year? No. Were the teachers also taking attendance? No. You know, that was a problem. And then when parents are coming in to pick up their kids, the secretaries, we look bad. Where's your student? We don't know. You know, there was no accountability piece there. And when there's no accountability piece, we're also losing ADA on that element. Mm-hmm. There's a safety factor there. You know, and you know, at the end of the day, I've just been saying, like, I know there's a program out there, but if we're going to do something and you want it bad enough, and I'm just going to use this analogy so you understand how I do business. It's like, you want to borrow Dad's car for the weekend, that's fine. Make sure you bring it back, and I want it in one piece, and I want the fuel filled up. But not only did I not get the keys back, but the fuel was empty, and it had McDonald's trash inside the car, and it was muddy. And all I'm saying is, if we're going to do something, let's do it right. Mm-hmm. There's only one way to do it right. These kids have 4 years. Straight up. They got 4 years to get their education, and our job is to make sure that they get the best out of it. It could be easy where everybody do what I tell you, we make it work. We could also, you can beat them over the head and drag them by the hair. Either way, but they've got 4 years. And if we're not doing something productive, and I'm not saying everybody's not doing something productive, it's happening, but that's an hour and a half a week of lack of instruction. And to me, that's a problem, because parents are bringing their kids to us and they're expecting us to educate them and get them their diplomas and such. And we have an ethical obligation to make sure that they're being taught, they're understanding something. Our test scores are not where I would like them to be. They are going up, Our AP scores are sharp. We got a lot of really great things going on, but we can always do better. And my concern is, this is where we need to step it up. And WASC, I think, you know, did you ever report what the WASC was finally?
We haven't got a report on it yet.
Okay, we received a full accreditation, a 6. You haven't had that in years.
That's great.
And that was in spite of a lot of concerns that there are, and we have to grow. You know, there's going to be some hurtful things that we got to do. We got to grow. We have some growing pains. But we brought in WASC. I had a lady, I can't even pronounce her name. It's a very nice lady, very sharp. She came in, reported on the findings. This is where you're at. This is where you need to go. And then when she left, I reported the findings to the kids. I say the kids, they're all kids, but the staff. They're ecstatic. But we have things to do, and they recognize that now. And I think we're in a good spot. But if we're going to do things, to me, this is the rebuilding year. We have some things I think we need to continue with CTE. We need to build our CTE programs. We need to have strong pathways. We need to build our academic programs much more strongly. We need to make sure that what we're teaching in the classroom is relating to what's on the test scores. You know, these are the pieces that are big. So I'll stop. Yes. Keep me on track.
I just have to add that I think that the high school is on the right track in terms of putting a committee together to look at intervention, period. So at our first meeting, we're going to figure out what schools we want to look at and what districts, and see what would be the best that would fit the environment at Newark Memorial. So
yeah, we're
making progress.
We're gonna give it the old college try, but at the same time, it's like it's a team effort. We're all doing this together. It's not going to be, and no offense, I don't want to call it pause anymore. It's going to be something different. We're going to come up with another acronym. Maybe art. Everybody needs some art. You know, academic recovery time. I don't know, whatever. But the reality is, we've got some things to do, and we're in the right frame of mind right now. So
Great. Okay, Member Hill, you had a question?
So, just because we can talk about this topic, right? So, I mean, we're talking about this topic. I mean, about what we're going to do around credit recovery.
if you're good with the pause thing, we can move on to the next part. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Perfect. Rock and roll.
Yeah, I would just add that it does seem like there are some like new ed tech out here that does have like SIS integration, which I think resolves a lot of the safety concerns. So hopefully we can find one that has the integration to the SIS so that, you know, all of
It
that
all merges.
Yeah, works out well.
Okay, let me just, any other questions on intervention at this time? Is yours an intervention question?
Well, it's about, I think it,
Okay, go ahead, fire away.
well, if it's not the right question, I'll hold it.
I got it.
Mic on. Okay. I have a question about the fact that students are required to have 230 units to graduate, correct?
Correct.
And we all agree that the best scenario is for students is to have the full course with a teacher in our district, in the high school.
Okay.
So,
we did shift gears.
Huh?
We shifted gears. You're talking about credit recovery. We were talking about pause and intervention. So that's fine.
Okay,
Go ahead.
when is credit recovery?
We were about to get there, but Member Hill was actually in line ahead of you, but go ahead.
Oh, okay. So my question is this. Are there students, of these 29 students, are there some that have enough credits extra that they could take their class from a real teacher for a semester or a year if it's required, instead of, and still graduate?
Of the students that can
Of the
accommodate.
29 students that need one or two courses, can they take those courses during the day from one of our teachers and still graduate because they have more than the 230 units?
We're giving them as many courses, face-to-face courses as possible. If they can take an A period, we're giving them an A period as well. Let me give you a couple scenarios. I remember a kid our first year, Terry, I was there. Car was really loud and the music would give you brain damage, but he's a great kid. He had to take Algebra 1 4 times. Okay, the first time you take Algebra 1 your freshman year, you should get 10 units and you're done. This guy took it 4 times. Every time he had to take Algebra 1, so you've got 3 more years there. That's 2, 4, 6 times 5. You lost a semester of courses that he could have been taking electives or taking other courses to retake that Algebra 1 course. So when you see the elective piece, these are kids that are slamming out as much as they can and piecemealing the pieces as much as possible. They're taking face-to-face courses, but the electives are put to the side so that we can make sure they're getting the core content first.
Their schedules are completely full. We would have to add like a 7th period to add another class to their schedule.
No, but my question is, if they already have enough credits to graduate, by taking the course that they are required to graduate, they'll still have enough credits.
It's Terry Condi, and I'm taking 6 classes plus an A period. I'm at school from 7:30 to 3:30. I still need 1 or 2 classes that I need to make up.
But I think maybe what Member Thomas is asking is, are these 29 seniors, are some of them potentially, do they have a full schedule, but some of the classes are electives and they already have enough credits, and so therefore they could drop those electives and take an in-person class?
Right, that's exactly my
I will
question.
tell you that our counseling team would have done that if that was the case. That is not the case. Those students are fully scheduled, and the only way that they can make up those 1 or 2 courses is through credit recovery.
So are we setting the message or sending the message to our seniors that this is a year they need to get help and they need to pass their courses? Because if they don't, there is not an intervention after school that they can take. So this is only for these 29 students, right? What happens to the student that fails one of his senior classes that's required?
That was issue 4 I was going to bring up. But
Okay.
Yeah, this is issue. You're correct. Of the 29 students, I met with the counselors and the kids, told them straight up, where you sit right now, you're tapped out. You've got as far as we can give you. This is where it lies. At this point, you cannot fail any classes. You fail any classes, you're done. There's nothing I can
Or
do
they
for you.
can go to summer school and graduate in July or August?
Correct.
Okay, Member Hill, you had a question?
Yeah, I'll try to make it really quick, but there's three things I want to raise. So one is, when I first joined the board, one of the things that came on my radar screen is from our dashboard, our California school dashboard. We have relatively high graduation rates, but we did not have good college and career readiness. And so that was an immediate flag that we are graduating people that are not necessarily prepared for life after high school. And as I was exposed more to the situation, my sense is a part of that is online credit recovery. And I have strong feelings about this as a certificated teacher, because I had to go through a whole year and a half of formal training by experts in the field around what it takes to make kids or to create great educational outcomes with kids. And literally, I was being taught by some of the top, basically child psychologists in the nation. And none of them said the way to educate kids is through online courses. None of them, okay? And so I think it is a suboptimal solution. It is a patch, okay? And I think that we need to keep that in mind, because our goal is not to graduate kids. Our goal is to graduate kids that are prepared for the future, right? And so we need to keep that in our forefront. And so in getting a diploma is not a participation trophy, it is a representation of accomplishment. And if we don't tell kids what the real deal is, the real world is going to tell them what the deal is, right? And so we need to stop kicking the can down the road. But given that, I think that we've identified a situation where we're saying that we're getting serious about educational outcomes, but we are in the middle of changing a policy, and there's some people that are getting caught in the middle, and we want to try to make some accommodation. And so my sense is that I understand we need to be flexible, but here's kind of my feelings is I'm not willing to vote for that unless, number one, right, we're limiting it to this particular population that we've talked about, the 29. Number two, we need to basically let everybody know that this is a temporary solution for this year, for this academic year. So we're making a transition, but at the end of this academic year, we're not going to be using online credit recovery as a normal approach in a normal tool in our toolkit in the high school. And quite frankly, that starts for summer school next year, right? So let's get prepared right now to say we're not going to be using this for summer school. And then the third thing, we talked about the electives, but the other thing that I think is very important is there is a presumption in California that people who are certificated are the ones that have been trained and have been, essentially appointed to ensure that we teach our kids and we produce the academic outcomes. And so you have to go through a process. It doesn't matter whether you majored in something. It doesn't matter whether you wrote a book about something. You have gone through that process. And so the other condition that I think is very important in this is if we're going to do this in the high school, that number one, Mr. Murphy, you are overall the accountable, right? So you are in control of this program. And if anything goes wrong, we want to be able to come back to you and say, Mr. Murphy, right, hey, there's issues here. So I think number one, it needs to be at the principal level, but then I think number two, from an administration level, that given that we're assuming that we are teaching in very specific disciplines with very specific knowledge, that it needs to be the department leads within those areas that are the ones that are going to execute and make sure that, and they're going to oversee this, and they're going to guarantee that the outcomes that are coming out of this parallel online recovery program are similar to the ones that are happening in in-person instruction. And so my question to Ms. Allard is, when you talk about site administrators, I'm hoping that we're saying site administrators are Mr. Murphy and then potentially the department heads, but those are the people that are in charge.
APs and
APs.
myself.
Okay, all right.
We're the one overseeing, that's it.
Okay, all right. And then just the last thing, because Ms. Parks had brought up the issue around BYU, just so you know, as a comparison, at the school district where I teach, the district approves curriculum, and no outside curriculum that hasn't been approved by the board is allowed to be on any type of transcript, including BYU. And so the way it works is you can take a BYU course, and if you graduate, or if you get credit for that, you can ask BYU to send that transcript, their transcript, to your school or whatever and say, I took this course. But the presumption in my district where I teach is that if we offer a course, we don't have some other parallel course out there, right? And so the presumption is that we have our own product that we're delivering. It's a high quality product, and we're not going to be offering substitutes. So I think that that's something that we need to look into and make sure and have a board discussion that we have control over the curriculum that's being approved and shows up on people's transcripts. So those are my points and questions. Thank you.
Okay. Staff
Can I just say something
one.
to that? Member Hill, I think this is why I mentioned that we need to do some research and some background information about what's being offered at high school districts in regards to credit recovery. Because as I'm starting to do initial investigations, most offer credit recovery at some point online, including Cupertino, that I'm starting to notice right now. So what does that look like? What does that sound like? But in this particular case, these kids are stuck in the middle and deserve something to be better for them. And I don't know what's going to happen at the end of this semester. We might have some kids who worked really hard for semester and they're a senior and they might need one more course. But we have the opportunity to put a brand new platform in place, really monitor it, get some student voice behind it, not only at the high school, but also at Bridgepoint, and then come to that when it happens of what story is behind that. If we need to offer more, I don't know. But I want to make sure that these kids are taken care of and that they're not just saying we can't do it, and give you some information about what other school districts are being out there in regards to credit recovery.
Yeah, and as I said, I'm okay with this being an interim solution, but I'm not okay with it being a long-term solution. And the way that I look at it is, because quite frankly, if we look overall at California, things are not looking good. And what I'm looking at is I'm not looking at California and I'm not looking at the United States, I'm looking at China. And last time I checked, they don't use online recovery, right? So we're
I'm gonna call
competing
point of
against the
order
best in the.
for two reasons. One, I think you've said your piece. The second is that I didn't have an opportunity to call on anyone else in between your conversation. Are there any other, Member Aguiano?
First of all, I just wanted to say thank you, Ms. Allard, for what just was mentioned. It's really important that we understand that, yes, if we're headed down the right direction, Dr. Murphy, with the accreditation of level 6 that you received from WASC, that's really good. I mean, it's looking promising, right? We want to go ahead and continue.
And that's an attestament to what the kids and the staff have been doing. They've been working hard.
I appreciate that. And also the counselors, the students that are here, really appreciate all the efforts that you guys have implemented the last couple of years. Do we have a plan to sit down with parents to do like a contract with them, to let the parents know exactly what the student, where they're at, what level, so we go ahead and give them the exact support that they need? I do see that we do have the 8 English learners, and we have 8 IEP students. So the rest of the 13, we need to have something in place for us to be able to support these students, because yes, we are going through a lot of obstacles right now, especially nowadays. And we have a lot of students that are really just hitting the wall. And really appreciate you guys noticing that. And it's something that we have to continue to strive and understand that we're all human beings and we have to move together, but everyone together, like you mentioned.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, I would like to summarize in just saying that I believe that we need to push our students. We need to hold them to high expectations. And I am going to get emotional about this because I was one of those struggling students in high school. We need to set our expectations high. We need to support our students. We need to work with them as individuals because they all have individual circumstances. Just as I did as a senior transferring from one school to another for my senior year. And the counselor looked at my mother and I as we're in meeting with her and said, well, she doesn't want to go to college, does she? And my mom and I both said, yes. I said, I do. She said, yeah, she does. And I had the hardest senior year because I was behind in my units. And I got that support, and I am extremely grateful for that, for the counselor putting that question out there and then offering me the opportunity. I took some crazy classes that year. I learned a ton because they were really interesting, but I had to take that many. We need to not forget that those kids are just as important as the ones who are the high achievers. And in the other side, we have to remember the high achievers, and we need to be able to provide them the challenges that they need so that they can move forward in their path as, because everybody's different. So we do need to meet the kids where they are and really support them, because getting them to graduate absolutely is our goal. That is our goal as a school district, is to get our students to that point of being able to walk across that stage. What it takes to get them there, we want to provide the highest form of education and the most rigor that we can to be able to move them forward, to prepare them for the rest of their life. But we also have to do that with compassion and empathy. So with that, I thank you, Ms. Allard, for your presentation. I thank the counselors and the staff for all the hard work that you have done to come together with this presentation, and keep us informed. We care from the bottom of our hearts. We care about what happens to all of these kids, especially those seniors that are in this transition year in between what we're doing. So thank you.
We appreciate you. I just, as your closing spot here.
Here.
Okay.
It's okay.
I have my ways. So we're just asking where we stand with the 29, and what are we going to do with what's going to be the directive from henceforth. That's so that we can post it on the walls, give it the 11th commandment, whatever you want to call it. So if I can get some clear direction, we can make some things happen.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Ms. Allard, this does take a vote in order to approve these 29
It's under
licenses?
consent, I believe.
Consent, okay. It's on the consent, okay. All right. Comment? No, okay.
May I say something real
Yes.
quickly? So I just want to thank staff for working on this. You guys have been amazing. I want to thank our students for their voices. The bottom line is, we're here to help and support our kids. And finding good ways to do that in a way that keeps the integrity of the educational process is very, very important. We do need to come back with and share with you what our first semester looks like. I hear what Dr. Murphy is saying. I've had conversations with our staff and with, I know counselors have shared information with us and teachers. People are very concerned what happens with kids first semester that are seniors that may not make all their classes this time. We may have to come back to you and talk to you about what does that look like for kids that fail first semester? And how do we make sure that we help them get over that finish line? I don't often share personal stories. I certainly don't usually share them publicly. But I think it's important for me to share this one with all of you. When I was in high school, I came up with some real bad obstacles. I was a great kid, loved school, thought I was on the right track to doing everything the right way, and something happened. I ended up pregnant, and my school gave me two options. I could attend a school that involved students that had been expelled and suspended, and by the way, they did not offer a diploma. They only offered a certificate of completion. Or I could drop out. Those were my two choices. It delayed my career. It delayed my trajectory. I want to thank the brave students that spoke up this evening. It took me a long time to recover from that and find my path of what I really believed I wanted to be able to do. I couldn't be more proud than to be the superintendent here in Newark. I'm proud to be an educator. I'm proud to care about our kids and our teachers and our staff. And I just really want to thank all of you for what you do each and every day. That includes our Board of Education. You have some hard decisions to make. And I realize sometimes there are challenges that you give back to us, and we try to give you the very best advice and research that we can, and our opinions as to how we can help navigate this for our kids right here in Newark.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you too very much for being here tonight and answering our questions and letting us know what's going on.
Absolutely. Thank you for having us.
Yes. And thank you for all coming tonight too. All right, as we move on to new business, 11.1, Citizens Bond Oversight Committee appointment. Yes, you may.
We have a lot of people here who are here for this specific topic, and it's a late night and there's school tomorrow, and maybe people want to go home. Would it be possible to pull that one and vote on it now, so people who have been patiently waiting to hear can go home to their families? Would it be a possibility to just shift things around a little bit? I don't know if that's permissible at this
we're
stage.
Not very far off from it.
Okay.
I don't
All right.
think it's going to take us more than probably 10 minutes to get there, honestly, if that's okay. All right. So the Citizens Bond Measure O appointment, Superintendent?
Before you this evening, members of the audience and our Board of Education, we reached out to our community, and we had a number of applicants that applied for the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. Some of them are out here in our audience here this evening. They have reached back to the call of action to be able to help and support Newark as we spend the money for our Citizens Bond for Measure O. As you know, the Board of Education has approved a $40 million allocation for this term. That would be part of the bond oversight's responsibility, along with the rest of the $205 million. The last board meeting, you approved the bylaws. And the first meeting is scheduled right now for September 11th at 6 p.m. at our district offices at the board library. And And so before you, there are several people that have actually qualified and have indicated that there's more than one area that they actually qualify for. So before you presented this evening are those applicants in the areas of which they qualify to be able to serve on the Citizens Oversight Committee. In some cases, there are multiple locations, so you would have to determine how many you would want to be able to move forward, or maybe which category you might want them to be able to serve in. And so I open that up for discussion for you.
Okay. So we need to be able to see that list.
Are you able to, you're not able to pull it up, Toya?
It's not on a slide.
Maybe.
You can, I don't know if you can bring up the agenda.
Let me see if I can pull up the agenda.
So I can share with you, for a parent or guardian of a child enrolled in the district, we have 2 applicants, and I hope I pronounce the names correctly, and I apologize if I don't. I've got Ina Tavasali, and I've got Havana Nathaji. For a parent or guardian enrolled in the district and is an active parent, we had no one that applied. We will be reaching back out to our parent organizations to see if there's somebody that would like to apply in the next round. For the business representative, we have Daniel Kostenbader. For senior citizen group representative, we have David Fink. For taxpayer organization member, we have Cindy Parks. And then we've got, for community member at large, we had several people that also listed their names that were actually in other categories as well, and that's David Fink, Havana Nathanji, Cindy Parks, Daniel Kostenbader, and Terry Marzano.
There it is. Oh, great. There's the list. Perfect. Okay, so board, we need to decide if we're going to, how we want to do this. It is proposed that we could move down, is it Bhavana? Is that how you pronounce it? I'm sorry if it's incorrect. We could move them down to parent or guardian at this point to kind of fill that position for this period of time that we're speaking of on here, which would be, it's a 2-year term. Is that correct, Superintendent?
It is a, oh boy.
May 25 to June 27th. There it is. I mean, July 25 to
June.
To June 27th. So it's a
a 2-year term.
2-year term. And then we have business representative of Daniel. We have senior citizen moving Dave Fink up. Taxpayer organization member moving Ms. Parks up. And then that would leave Terry Marzano as the member of at large, as well as, no, just her. Just her at this point.
Actually, the 2 community members at large, if I understand correctly, we do not have a parent or guardian for someone who's active in the parent-teacher organization, is to my knowledge. So Havana Nathanji and Terry Marzano
So we would
actually serve as the community members at large. And we would
Okay,
have
and
2
the,
people.
oh, I know, I missed the business representative.
Which is
and-
Daniel Kostenbader.
Right, having him there, which actually on the motion paper that I got is not where he was. He was down under community at large. So I would need to change that on this motion paper.
On the motion paper. Is it different than, so we had reached back out?
Is this what you gave me to do the motion? From business. From business.
Yeah, Daniel should be business.
I understand that. I'm just trying to say the agenda here and my piece of paper do not jive. So I need to change it on my piece of paper.
I apologize. I understand.
That is okay.
Now I understand what it is that you're reading from, that you're not reading from the same thing that I'm reading from.
I'm looking at this, but I'm also looking at this, which I was
I
asked
understand.
to use for the motion. So that's why I'm just trying to correct it. Okay, all right, so we're gonna go with this. And which means, I'm just gonna do it this way. We put a line here, and a line here, and a line here, and a line there. So the first four are moved up, and Terry is left at large.
Actually incorrect.
But
If I can make a suggestion to you. So,
Yes.
So Ina Tavasili would say actually as a parent and guardian of a child enrolled in the district, and Ms. Havana Nuthanji would actually move down to be a community member at large along with Terry Marzano. Those would be the two community members at large.
Okay.
Everybody else has a spot in one of the other categories, and we would still be seeking somebody from the parent-teacher organization, which I think should be a fairly easy reach out for us to go back and talk and chat with them about having somebody that comes forward with that. We just need to get the messaging out now that the school year's opened.
All right.
I have a question.
Okay, I got it now. Yes, Member Hill.
So as I think everybody knows, I'm kind of a by-the-book guy. So the question I have is, I know David Fink very well. He's a very nice guy. He cares about Newark. He's invested in Newark. But my question is given that he was serving on the ballot initiative committee and now he's coming in on an oversight basis, is that a potential conflict of interest? And I don't know the answer to that. It's a question.
So I can share with you that we did have the attorney review all the applications just to make sure there were no problems and that we could place them on the agenda. So I don't think there's a problem with that. I think they're two different roles. And I don't know why they would be commingled.
Okay, can we just make sure that, have the attorney just double check, for that, look at that specific question? That would be great.
So would you want to maybe pose the motion pending confirmation with the attorney?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to make the motion to have Ina in the position of parent or guardian of a child enrolled in the district, blah, blah, blah. Bahavna as the community member at large, David Fink as the senior citizen representative pending lawyer's approval, Cindy Parks, taxpayer organization member, Daniel is the business representative, and Terry Marzano as member at large and that is the motion. Do I have a second? Second is Thomas?
I'll second it.
Okay, and can we please take a vote?
Wait, so just clarifying, so we
I'm
have
sorry.
Terry Marzano and Bafana Nzangi as our two community members at large?
Correct.
Ina Tavasoli is our parent or guardian. Okay, cool, just confirming.
Okay. Thank you. Have there it is. Okay. All right. Great, thank you so much.
We have several of the applicants, and here in the audience, can we have them stand and acknowledge them?
Great. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you for coming.
Madam
hanging
President,
in
could
there.
they just come up and introduce themselves just so we?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would
That'd
be
be nice.
fantastic.
Great.
We would love that. Yeah, please. Congratulations.
And maybe tell us a little bit about your background?
Okay, I'm Dan Kostenbauer. Right now I serve as the Vice President Tax Policy for Silicon Valley Leadership Group. I had a long career at Hewlett-Packard Company where I was in the tax department, and I, among other things relevant to this, I was on the Santa Clara County Measure B Citizens Advisory Board or Advisory Oversight Board. So have a little experience doing this that hopefully will come into play here. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Terry Marzano, and I've been a resident here in Newark for about 42 years. And my children both went through Newark schools, went on to California State Schools, UC and Cal State. And one of my daughters is actually one of your first grade teachers. And I'm also a retired library clerk from Graham School. So I am happy to be able to contribute to our Oversight Committee. I think many of the things that I read about are very much needed, and I'm glad to see that they are being addressed through this bond issue. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ina Tavasoli. My family and I moved to Newark about 9 years ago. My son attends Kennedy Elementary School. He comes back from school happy every day, so I'm very fortunate to be part of the city. I started my career as an external auditor at Ernst & Young. Spent a lot of time auditing various companies, then transitioned into internal audit, and I currently also work for Lucid Motors, which is right here in our neighborhood. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be part of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Cindy Parks. I've lived here for about almost 40 years. I have 3 kids that went through the district. I have 4 grandkids currently enrolled in the district, and I spent 6 years on the Measure G Oversight Committee, had a hiatus for 2 years and a back for 3. So I look to using that experience for Measure O. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to old business of the schedule a study session to discuss formation of the 7-Eleven.
Yes, good evening, board. Per your request, and I'm happy to share that we have surveyed our board for an evening to be able to come together and talk about the 7-Eleven committee on September 12th. It'll be located here, and I just ask for your approval to be able to do the special meeting.
Okay. Any questions, comments? Member Hill?
Yes, so thank you, Superintendent. And as you know, and as I think since Member Thomas and I are sort of, supposed to be tag teaming on this, we're definitely supportive of this. But from my perspective, I'm fine with us having the meeting and talking about this, but what I would like for us to really seriously consider is that I think that we need to, I think that we need to push out the activation of this a little bit. And what I mean, and the reason why is that I think it is critical that we have a full-time CFO engaged, because they're going to be critical to this, as well as also what's going on with Measure O. And so I think it's fine for us to come and discuss, but I think I don't want us to get too much stuff on our plate and not be able to execute. And I think we're already at the point where we have too many things on our plate, and I think the CFO role is critical for this. But I'm happy to approve having a discussion on that evening to figure out, the parameters of this. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? All right, may I have a motion to approve the meeting on the 12th?
I make a motion to approve agenda item 12.1.
Okay, a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. And take a vote. All right, thank you. Motion passes. All right, down to there it is. Personnel report on the consent agenda 13.2. Anybody need to pull this? Member Hill.
Yeah, so I just have a question on the personnel report. I don't have the details in front of me, but I remember when I was looking through it, there were a number of categories where the specification was admin sub. And so can Mr. Williams just clarify a little bit what exactly that category is, what that means?
It means they would be substituting in administrative positions. As we talked about on June 25th, when the HR department reorganization was approved, we had Kim Ortiz, who is subbing in the director role. For one example, we have not been able to hire a director at this point, so we have substitutes that will be backfilling for the time that Kim is not available to serve in the director role. So it's a sub that I'm asking for approval so that we can have this person work and support the many needs within the district.
Okay, great. And so then just to clarify, so there's existing positions, we haven't filled them. We're now backfilling them with temporary people. And it's not on like a contract basis, it's on a employment basis.
Correct. It's backfilling positions that exist that are currently vacant. And yes,
Great.
it's not on a contract.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments or questions? All right. I'll make a motion to approve this. Could I have a second, please?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you very much. And we'll take a vote. Tally 6 days. It'll flash up in a minute. There it is. Okay, thank you. All right, so motion carries. To the consent agenda item, non-personnel items. Any of these items need to be pulled? Yes.
I think we already said 14.2, but then also 14.5.
Okay, pulling 14.5. All right, 14.2, any others between 14.2 and 14.5? All right, 14.2. Yes.
And I just had a clarifying question around 14.2. So I think what we're saying here is that we are, just as we're doing with Bridgepoint, using subject on a pilot basis for 1 year, and we're evaluating that we would be doing the same thing for 29 individuals identified at Newark Memorial, and that again, that we're approving for a year, but we're going to come back and revisit based on the results that we see. Is that correct?
I'd like to give you a report in December at end of semester and also in late spring.
Okay, and so then we can then make a second decision at that point. Okay, is it good as it's going, or are there issues we need to make modifications, right? So we have a checkpoint. Great, thank you.
Okay, and you pulled contracts also? You said 14.5.
Okay. So on the contracts issue, hold on a second here. Okay, so I took a look. So there's one contract. The amount is not an enormous amount. So it's with it looks like a consultant, Kathy Cox. But the concern that I have, and I know that we've been understaffed, but we have a situation where there was a contract that got put in place back in April, but we're now just seeing that contract now in August, and at the same time we're seeing a purchase order and we're seeing a warrant for payment. And I know that we haven't had a procurement person, and there's been challenges there. But what I need, as kind of an assurance is, because we actually had an audit finding about this a couple of years ago, where literally we had situations where we were having vendors do work, and there weren't either contracts in place or purchase orders in place. And really, the board, from an oversight perspective, shouldn't be like approving all three things at the same time, right? We should first be seeing contracts and purchase orders. The work gets done, then we go and approve the warrants. So, but I understand from Superintendent that we now have a procurement person, and so I'm just looking for an assurance that he's going to help us get this straightened out so we can start seeing these things on a monthly basis.
I had a healthy discussion about this with the business department this past week underneath agenda review, and this showed up because I had concerns. Obviously, my signature is on the contract line that was done back in April. It was explained to me at that time they weren't sure they were going to need the service. These are special education services that actually require, depending on what the child's needs are, during the time in April when they put that in place, because of course they work with IEPs and other things. They weren't sure if the service was going to be needed. As it turns out, the service wasn't needed until after July 1. So although the contract was approved and is actually approved through the contract year, the actual purchase order and all that stuff didn't go through until a little bit later. And so, I had a lot of questions on it myself to be able to sit there and track it. We are looking at some new practices that I will be weighing in with our new procurement manager. I know I had a conversation too with Janie Rollins also about this, just because I really am concerned about what this process looks like, how we go about doing it, when is the proper time to really bring these things forward. Of course, sometimes it's a guess, right? Like we get these contracts and we're not sure when they're going to get signed. It was within my signing authority for me to be able to do. But I think it's important that we make sure that we get these on here for you to be able to see as fast as possible. And I've made a commitment to try to get those on here monthly for the ones that I do sign off on. So again, I do want to make sure these get forwarded to you, even if they're being extended for the July 1 through a June 30th date as we are preparing for those.
Yeah, and I just think it's really important that, so again, kind of the process is contract and then potentially purchase order. Sometimes a purchase order can be a contract if it's a small enough amount and it's a very limited scope of work. But if not, contract, purchase order, and then basically invoice/warrant. And I think it's really important, even if, because sometimes we might ink an agreement with a contractor, but we might not start work 6 months later, but I think the board still wants to see that, right? So on a monthly basis, okay, hey, we put this in place, but we're not gonna activate it. We will let you know once it's activated, and then the purchase order comes out, and then we'll know. And so then we're not like seeing stuff all at the end and, have questions about it.
Yeah, this is a process I really need to work through between the various different departments who have been doing this practice. So it's not just on the business department, it also is working with our other departments to make sure that they get their contracts in timely so that we can put them on a monthly report because they're not going on quarterly reports anymore. And so making sure that we have a process to be able to do that, and that there's actually a spreadsheet out there that we're actually tracking and following with as well. I get it.
All right. I think we've gone through everything there. So could I have a motion to approve the non-personnel items?
I will make a motion to approve the non-personnel items.
Second?
I second.
Okay. And let's take a vote. All right, tally the vote, 6 yes. Hmm? Oh, okay, sorry. All right, moving now on to committee reports, announcements, requests, briefs, discussion. Member Aguiano?
Thank you for everyone that came out today. Really appreciate it. Thank you for everyone that gave some type of testimonial. I really appreciate you sharing that. It just states on how many of us, we do go through a lot, right? And we want to make sure that we continue to move forward. And second chances are there, but let's take advantage of them. It's only one time that we have the opportunity, but we do believe in second chances. Also, to everyone that's here, Ms. Aller, really appreciate the presentation for today. And Superintendent Vicar, thank you for the time of you sharing the information that you brought to us today. Back to school nights we have coming up, so make sure that you guys are out there supporting our students, our staff, our parents. So really look forward to seeing you guys on campus. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
If there's anyone who wants to leave, you may go now. Feel free. Thank you for waiting. We appreciate you being here. Sorry, in the audience. Let me clarify that.
Good try.
Since they were trying to figure it out. Member Block.
I just want to briefly express my agreement with Member Anguiano's comments. You stated it better than I possibly could, but I really appreciate all that you said. And also just want to collectively call to action for all of us to just spread the good word about all the positive things happening in Newark. We really want more students coming into our district. There's so many things that are going well here. We have so many great staff members in the district, so many great students and families. And I really feel like we're moving in the right direction. So to everybody who can hear this, please spread the good word. Encourage people to enroll in Newark schools. The more students that we can have coming into our schools, the more, resources and classes and diversity of options we can provide. And, I think that's all of us together that builds that positive narrative. And hope everyone's having a good start to the school year.
Member Hill.
Member Thomas?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm going in alphabetical order.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. Okay, so 3 things. So just a clarification around, helping our students that are facing challenges. So I agree that we need to be looking at every single kid, and we need to try to figure out how we can help every single kid succeed, right? So that's our goal. But what I want us to do, though, is I want us to take the blinders off, and I want us to look broadly, and I want us to think about there are many alternatives to doing that. And when we have kids that are behind, again, as I've expressed, I'm not a fan of online credit recovery because I don't believe that real learning is occurring there. That's my opinion. And if somebody can show me that, actual data that researchers have done that have shown that actually it's an effective tool, I'm open to that, but at this point I'm skeptical. But nevertheless, we've approved this as a stopgap measure. But what I want us to be thinking about this year, and Mr. Murphy said it, is we may have some seniors right now that are not on this list of 29, but that potentially could hit some challenges. And what we need to be thinking about right now is an intervention strategy, right? We don't want to be waiting until the last minute. We need to be keeping on that. And that needs to be, first, the teacher is monitoring, the teacher is reporting up to counselors and other people, hey, there's issues. Mr. Murphy, there's issues. What are some resources now that we can deploy? And then that needs to bubble up to Ms. Allard and also to Superintendent Vicar to say, hey, maybe we're having some reading problems here. Can we bring in some specialists here that can help us? We're having some math problems, whatever it is. But I think that there's lots of alternatives. So let's not think that, that online recovery is the only way to solve this problem. Let's get creative, and at the end, let's really make sure that we've got people that truly can, feel like they've really mastered the content. So that's number one. Number two, related to what Member Block had said earlier, I agree. So I understand what Mr. Murphy was saying around the challenges with pause and implementing with fidelity, but I think that we shouldn't. I think we need to stay on this, right? I don't think that we should just say, well, it's difficult to implement, and so I give up. Right, so let's get creative to figure out how can we make it happen, and maybe it's partially, or maybe we just simply put a plan together for next year. I don't know what it is, but I don't think, because I do agree that there's value in kids being able to have a time when they can go in and sit with their teachers and ask questions and get extra support, and that flows right into intervention as well. So that's number two. And then finally, number three, in terms of talking about being creative, so I just want to thank Ms. Allard in terms of keeping, looking out in the horizon and hearing about the opportunities to maybe learn something from another district. And so we're going over, potentially, Ms. Allard and Mr. Member Anguiano and I, over to his district to actually look at an innovative math program that they are rolling out. And so we're going to hear about that for the middle school. And maybe there might be some things that we can take from that and maybe apply here. So we don't know yet. We're going to go just to listen. But so I want to thank Ms. Allard for being proactive in making that happen. So thank you.
Member Thomas.
Well, I too would like to thank Ms. Allard for all the work you did and the presentation you made this evening. I'd like to acknowledge the students and the ones that you told us about, and the students that were here with their heartfelt stories, and the superintendent for your heartfelt story. So I think we're on track to make sure we are helping our students that are having difficult time, and I really appreciate tonight's discussion and presentation about credit recovery. We had someone speak about meal preparation and stuff, and I would really appreciate if there was a board presentation, a staff report on our meal program.
I've already reached out. It's going to happen.
Thanks.
Yeah, I actually received an email from Child Nutrition that had some really good information in it. I'll look and see if it was shared with the whole board or if it was just sent to me, and if not, I'll send it to the rest of the board.
Yeah, actually, I think the most important thing is if you're interested in child nutrition, we have an active committee, and they meet both online as well as in person, and we really need feedback. They've been out there advocating. They've been great warriors to be able to talk with, the federal finances that come, come with the child nutrition program. Also here in the state, they've been great advocates, and they want to see more scratch-made opportunities and access to good fresh foods. And so I think some new fun recipes that are coming out are really great, and I know they're trying to implement things faster than what's required.
Okay. Let's see, I guess what I wanted to say tonight is, again, thank you, Ms. Allard, for the wonderful presentation, and to the staff members and students who participated in helping to make that presentation as meaningful as it was to the board. I just really appreciated the students' vulnerability and staff's hard work to really bring that to us so that we can better understand the situation. Very much appreciate that. Cinnamon Toast Crunch, yes, I have done my own research on that because that's my granddaughter's favorite cereal, and I'm like, how much sugar does it have in it? Because I know they serve it in the cafeteria. Well, actually, it's not bad. I was surprised. It was not as bad as I thought it was going to be. But anyway, thank you to all the staff. Thank you to Mr. Williams for doing such a great job of getting so many people hired on, and for such a great positive beginning of the start of the year. I know teachers are working really hard, still, trying to piecemeal classrooms together, but their kids come first, and the dedication is really amazing. So thank you to every staff member for whatever role you play in the success of our students having that academic success, because everything that is done by all staff members is critical to making the student's success be the best that it can be. On that note, I am going to let you know that I will not be at the next meeting. My daughter is getting married the following weekend, so I will be taking the next meeting off. Thank you. Really excited about that. And so Ms. Thomas, Member Thomas will be stepping up.
I forgot one request. The mention of the BYU credits.
I wrote it down.
We can get some information on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. And with that, we are not going to actually let Superintendent get a last word in, and then we are going back into closed session for one more item on our agenda. So, Superintendent?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to thank the community for their feedback here this evening. We strive to continue to do better and better each and every day. I will say it was a good start of the school year. It felt good. It feels great out on our school campuses, and I would say many of our systems are working much better than they have been in the past. And so I'm really grateful for the leadership at each and every one of our schools. Our 2 back-to-school nights last week went great over at Lincoln and BGP. So I'm excited for them. This week we have middle school, and next week we have the rest of the schools for back-to-school nights. So we hope you'll be able to attend some of those. I want to thank the board members that were able to come out. I will tell you right now, the agenda is extremely light for the second. So a couple good things. We did get some feedback from the county with regards to our unaudited actuals. And so we are pushing our unaudited actuals back an additional 2 weeks. And so we will be presenting that on the 16th. The county is aware the way how it fell, and with our board meetings, it made sense to give us the extra day extension and not try to push ourselves to have it done with such a short staff. And so I'm grateful for that, but although the unaudited actuals are moving along quite well. Knowing originally that we were trying on the 2nd to be able to bring back the unaudited actuals, I don't know that that's necessary now at this point. We'll be doing it on the 16th instead. And that's when we'll be ready and prepared to be able to give that report. So it's very possible I might be reaching back out to all of you and possibly canceling our meeting on the 2nd because our agenda is so light. But I want to work with staff, make sure there's nothing not out there that's critical that we've got to bring forward to you. It will also give us a chance to start working on some of our bigger reports that we'll be working on for that third week in September. There's a lot of work that's happening with the extra board meetings, and so it will give staff a chance to be able to prepare for that as well.
Great, thank you. And on that note, we are going to recess to closed session again. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll need you.
Okay, it's 10:30. We have completed our closed session tonight, and there is nothing to report. And I will adjourn the meeting at 10:30.